Welcome in, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. Alex Gruskin, joined by my partner in crime. He'll join me each and every week here on the broadcast. It's our dear friend here at Crack Rackets, Brian Fenley, and we are here today to ring in what is our final match in San Diego of this USTA SoCal Pro Series. Now, we still have 4 more weeks to go. We're excited to cover it all here on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel, but of course, no better place to end this San Diego stretch of the series than the BEA Beautiful Barnes Tennis Center. Of course, we're on Snapdragon Stadium court for our singles finals today, and we kick things off with our men's singles final. It will be Blaise Bicknell, the 21-year-old, now represented by the country of Jamaica. He's taken on 20-year-old Lorenzo Claveri of Italy. Claveri making his first pro singles final appearance. Bicknell in his second. Each man looking to capture their first pro singles title here today. With all of that in mind, I now turn to my partner in crime, Brian Fenley. Brian, what excites you most about this matchup?
Well, they're both young, Alex. They're with Bicknell. He's 21 years old, 8-15 in the world. Claveri is 20 years old, who has a career 52% win percentage on hard courts professionally. So Claveri enjoys a lot the clay surface. That seems to be his preference. 9 clay events for him this year. Not a whole lot on the hard court, but what a run it has been for him, considering that he did not, Claveri, make it out of the qualifying round last week at University of San Diego, lost to Trevor Schveitis. So Alex has totally turned the page here a week thereafter. And for Bicknell, he comes from that collegiate background, and we were both talking about this beforehand, that big serve and his big forehand. It seems as if for Bicknell, he's going to want to keep these points short. Claveri, who you watched in totality yesterday in his semifinal win yesterday against Alex Kotzen, seems to be one that also has a pretty big serving, including a 10-ace outing in the first round. So a couple of big servers, I think, is what we're in store for today.
And so as we see warm-ups complete, again, while we wait, as we go, we'll show you how these guys got to the finals. Each of them impressive weeks. But yeah, you're absolutely right. To your points, a lot of weapons on the court here today. Whether it's Bicknell, the first serve, first forehand, he's going to look to hit that forehand on every spot of this stadium court. Doesn't matter if he's outside the alley on that ad side. That's the moneymaker. Claveri, the 6'5" Italian, he's got weapons. And so to hear that clay court resume, not going to shock me if he starts playing more hard court events, particularly after the success this week. And, of course, that's what the USTA SoCal Pro Series is all about, providing players like the 21-year-old Bicknell, 20-year-old Claveri opportunities to test their games against the best. They'll do so today as our singles final ready to get underway.
Good start out of the gates there for Bicknell. The 21-year-old will be serving first of this best of 3 tie-break set format.
Might just be our longest point of the day. It's very interesting. Bicknell's got a weapon, I apologize, in the way Alex Kotzen yesterday really didn't, to hit Claveri off his spot. That serve, that forehand, can be assertive against anyone. It's impressive to see again. If Claveri's able to withstand those sorts of rallies, he may run away with today's final.
And that's a tough one to stomach there. A backhand really ripping into it was Claveri on his second serve, really trying to do some damage. 2 unreturned serves for Bicknell, has himself at 30 all. I got to say, Alex, these groundies with a lot of depth on both wings for Claveri are pushing Bicknell off of his back foot and making him uncomfortable as a break point comes into the picture.
It's a perfect start for Lorenzo Claveri. He breaks to open our men's singles final. And you mentioned that missed return. I actually think that's a fine miss for Claveri, especially this early in the match. That's his MO. He wants to be assertive. He wants to take big cuts, play on his terms. Of course, he's done that all week as we see how Lorenzo Claveri reached this final. I mentioned yesterday the straight set win over Alex Kotzen. He went unbroken in that semifinal win yesterday. Played on this stadium court. 3-set wins over Morali, Segerman, a win over Ogura. Of course, he had to come through qualifying just to reach the main draw.
You know what's amazing, Alex, is that of the 8 seeded players, none of them made it past the second round. You think about Keegan Smith, and he's had back-to-back semifinal appearances on this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit Series and lost in the opening round to Ronald Holman. And only the 2nd and 4 seeds in singles made it past the first round. But it's really been a free-for-all. And when you have a qualifier like Claveri in the final, that just goes to show you what a toss-up this week has been. And it's been anybody's week.
I think that's the thing, again, about this USTA SoCal Pro Series. Especially at this level, it's so even across the board. It's really who's played more events, who's had those opportunities to play their best tennis. Guys like Bicknell, Claveri, so early in their careers, they haven't yet. And obviously showing their best stuff here this week.
Got to be able to do more with that second serve, sort of a safe forehand hit as a short ball from Bicknell, and Cleveri was able to pounce.
That's the Blaise Bicknell forehand. That's the pattern. That inside-out ball. That's why that third point, that rally that went, what, 10, 12 shots was so shocking, because Bicknell hit multiple backhands. We won't see him do that very frequently today.
Second straight game, the returner has taken 2 of the first 3 points. That shot was there for the taking, Alex, that inside-in look, but what's really troubled and plagued Cleveri here, as he now is confronted with break chances against his serve, is that of the 4 points that he's played in this game, he's made only 1 first serve.
All this tells me is it's a first final for both of these guys, or second final, and you're playing for a first title in the case of Bicknell. It's sloppy.
Yeah, both a double fault on each one of their initial service games, both broken. And we draw level at 1-1. What is it going to take for one of these two to gain a grip on this match and sort of put away some of the early jitters?
Yeah, it's a reset for now, right? You got that out of the way. Now we can play the real match.
You look at this cross-court pattern that's happening on the ad side, and too many times it's Cleveri's backhand against Bicknell's forehand. That's not going to work. If you are Cleveri, you got to find ways to keep it away from that inside-out put away.
It's not even about Cleveri. That's just what Blaise Bicknell has to do to win. And I agree, if you're Cleveri, you got to take that away. But you also just got to hold serve. Because now you see he's got Cleveri leaning this early. It's a good thing for the Blaise Bicknell forehand. He's got 3 game points.
And a couple of forehand winners.
Long, not wide. Mm-hmm. And just to go full circle, that's why that backhand return, that miss early, it's acceptable, because Cleveri's going to have to make that ball aggressively cross court. He wants to open up any opportunities for himself.
That's the second double fault for Bicknell in this match. That would be the 18th double fault for him this week at the tournament. Got a crack at a forehand inside out. Cleveri misfires, and Bicknell, after being broken at 30, holds at 30 and goes up 2-1.
And you look for Blaise Bicknell again, the 21-year-old. How did he get here? Straight set wins over Jacob Brum, Warren Wood, 3 sets over Quinn Van de Castile, who, of course, was a finalist in doubles here this week, as well as a 3-set win over Ronnie Holman. What'd you see in the semifinals from Bicknell yesterday, Brian?
Bicknell was so good in terms of breaking serve. He broke the first service game of Warren Wood and then broke the last 2 service games of that first set. So his returning was spectacular on top of what he can do from a serving standpoint, which brings me to what's coming up later on in Crack Rackets coverage, the women's singles final between Simmons and Davatilla, where you've got the power from Davatilla and Simmons, more of that counterpuncher, that really good returner. That's another enticing matchup where we're going to see what kind of returning and what that does towards the outcome of a match. But returning was on par and at a high level for Bicknell.
So we'll head back again. Lorenzo Cleveri going to need to make a few more first serves here. 1-2 first set.
Yeah, missed 4 first serves out of 5 points in his last service game. Good closure at the net, covering the line and taking away the pass and winning a point in the forecourt for Cleveri.
It's a very slow pace to start. I actually think that favors Bicknell long-term. Yesterday, when Cleveri was holding, he was just blitzing through service games. Blaise's pace. He's getting to hit the forehands he wants, and again, that's the difference between Blaise Bicknell and some of Cleveri's prior opponents. Bicknell has those weapons to assert himself with. He's knocked Cleveri off the baseline here early.
Just making Cleveri uncomfortable. Would you have taken a backhand on that shot as opposed to a runaround forehand?
Hey, he doesn't have time. Bicknell's using his size so well to just hold that ground on the return of serve. I think he missed that.
Yeah, I think he pulled it wide. What is it about him on the deuce side loving to go out wide? It almost is happening too often where it becomes, I think, a tad I don't know, predictable. At least that's what
Nah,
he's been doing.
it was just a little aggressive. Like that, it just feels like everything's been a little bit too much right now for Lorenzo Claveri. And I mean, again, credit to Blaise Bicknell. He's asking all the right questions.
And throwing in that depth, forcing an error, and that's a tough one to get a hold of. Backpedaling on the overhead, gone wide was the return from Claveri. And look at Bicknell. Is this a position that you thought would be possible for Bicknell, given how he was able to overcome from that early break? Not a whole lot of force behind that backhand. Claveri seeing his opponent ace him out wide, and then a failed net attack. It's been 3 straight game wins for Bicknell.
It's a credit to Blaise Bicknell. Again, he's finding the first serves. He's finding the first forehands. This is the right sort of game for Lorenzo Claveri, though. He's taken some bigger swings. He cannot be afraid to play through that Bicknell forehand. You just can't let Bicknell hit forehands on the outside of the court. He's too dangerous doing that.
Looking for back-to-back holds at 30.
Oh. Give us a little behind the back. Why not?
I was seeing on Instagram, Alex, the baseline classics or something, and they had one of Federer going behind the back and won the point. It was incredible, prolonging the point. But it's another game win for Bicknell. That's 4 in a row after that early first game setback.
Yeah, I'm looking at these opponents again. Wood, Van de Castile, Homan, Brum. Certainly some bigger weapons today for Claveri. Bigger weapons from Claveri than Bicknell has seen, but it's interesting. Claveri faced a guy, Ryan Segerman. That's a big first serve, big first forehand. That match went 7-6 in the third. It's the guys who have had the weapons that have pushed Claveri this week. That's something to watch for, certainly, of course. Something to watch for later today. Sarah Davatilla. She'll be in action. Top seed earned the doubles title yesterday alongside of Catherine Hui. She'll get a shot at sweeping this event. She'll take on Chanel Simmons. That match, of course, coming up right after this. Already crowned a couple of champions, whether it be our men's doubles winners, Colin Marcus, Andrew Rogers, straight set win yesterday over Nakashima and Van de Castile. I mentioned the women's side, Sarah Davatilla, Catherine Hui. Straight set winners over Malika Rapalu, Anita Sajieva. Who's going to walk away with the singles titles? That's what we want to find out here today. And right now it is all Blaise Bicknell. He's up a break 4-1. Lorenzo Claveri yet to hold serve here today. That'll help.
Picks up his second ace of the day. Both of them going out wide.
Yep. Oh, I thought that backhand was going to float a little longer. I think the wind grabbed that. You can hear a little swirl on the court.
It really is omnipresent at these grounds. The wind, and as you said yesterday, a lot of left to right across your screen, the wind will move.
This is the Claveri we saw yesterday. And again, you can't be afraid to go into that Bicknell forehand. If you're predictable, that's when he kills you.
10 holds for him yesterday, looking for number one. He's a point away today.
That'll do.
Catches the corner with that first ball forehand, and that has to feel pretty good as Claveri ends a skid of losing 4 straight games. But how does he rediscover the returning prowess he had early on? Oh, was that an ace?
Claveri doesn't love the call. It looked like it skid. Bill, look how aggressive Claveri is on that return, stepping inside the baseline. I like that. That's how he finds his mojo again. I mean, that nothing you can do. Clap the racket.
Seems to be a lot more comfortable as this match has progressed in what is his first professional hardcourt event this year. Bundles and bundles of forehand winners. Or did that one? Yeah, that one was good.
It's a good push forward. It's the right push forward.
And when you're at the net and you are making Bicknell charge forward, doesn't seem to be playing his best when he is forced to really put on the dead run there. 2 points ago, made that inside in. This one was tagged long. 7 games in, and we have our first deuce point coming up. Good pace injection with that 2-hand backhand, drawing an error off the forehand block slice from Clefairy. That forehand, Dallas, can do no wrong.
Well, he just hits it so confidently. And that's been the case entire career, certainly the case when he walked into the door of the college tennis universe. Was undefeated as a part of the 2021 Florida team, just a lock at the number 4 singles spot. Excuse me, 4 singles spot, that was right. Now, of course, a 5-2 lead, 1 game away from the first set. I mentioned Blaise Bicknell, the 21-year-old, currently 8-15 in the world. Win today should get him into the top 800. Reached a career high 762 at the end of last year. That's on the back of a final he made at a 15K in Lubbock, his first pro final of his career. Got the chance to go play a couple of challengers as well at the end of last season, qualifying for a couple events. Semi-final in Huntsville back at the end of May. Guy's got game, there's no doubt. And I think, again, the biggest compliment I can pay him, Brian, is that it feels like set number 1 is being played on his terms. When he's wanted a forehand, when he's looked for it, he's found it just about every time.
Well, what do you think? And I know you've pointed this out, Alex, the return position with serving for Clefairy. And at times, you can't even see him in your camera screen. Is that something that he might have to adjust?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is if you get too close to the baseline, that Blaise Bicknell kick serve, even if you're 6'5", it's on your shoulder. I think he missed that volley wide. But the first and foremost, Clefairy's just got to start doing more of that. More first serves. Yes, he missed the volley, but it's the right volley to hit. It starts with getting back on rhythm on serve for Clefairy. Then you worry about the return games. But absolutely, that's something he's going to have to consider.
Forehand that I believe was spiked long, but Clefairy did hold at love in his last service game. It seems as if he's a lot more prone, a lot more interested in coming forward, and Bicknell not so much. That's going to raise your confidence with the serve. A nice short ball to punish with the +1 play. What do you think about that placement on the serve out wide on the ad side?
I'll take any first serve. Body, tee, wide.
Pretty nice work these last two games, having Claveri winning 8 of his last 9 service points after being broken twice. So it seems as if he's getting a little bit more in a rhythm there.
That said, if you're Blaise Bicknell, no sweat. You did your job. You got your 2 breaks of serve. You'll now serve for the opening set. Oh, that inside-out forehand is just devastating. And it's even a sound thing, Brian. We watch a lot of tennis. It just sound the pop. It's a jet taking off.
You mentioned the sound that he hits and how compact in the strike zone, that inside out forehand. With a weapon like that, what is his ceiling?
Look, you can't fake size. You can't fake power. He has those 2 things. He has a weapon that can win him points. The question is, again, there's a degree of physicality. And you see there, Blaise moves well for a guy his size, but well is not good enough at the highest levels of this game. Yeah, that backhand is exactly that continued progress on that wing. If that becomes a weapon as well, now you're talking serious upside. As Bicknell, 2 set point chances. It's a 6-3 first set for Blaise Bicknell. Not too shabby, huh, Brian?
Yeah, and it's their 4th time he's won a set this week in the tournament at 6-3. So that seems to be the golden number, 9 games for him. And in 33 minutes, the opening set is complete. And the 21-year-old from Jamaica, who plays on the Davis Cup team in Jamaica, has to enjoy where he is right now, 1 set away from his first ITF singles trophy.
Yeah, it was a well-played set. Looking at the stats, Bicknell made 74% of his first serves, 70% of those first serve points. Now, neither guy was particularly good on the second serve, but Bicknell broken out of the gates, immediately gets the break back, was certainly dealt, handed a few errors in that Love 1 return game, but was very efficient from the 21-year-old looking for his second career final. Excuse me, in his second career final.
When you look at the amount of points in each of these games so far, there was not a game that went more than 8 points. What does that tell you about this match?
It was a nervous start. I mean, it was sloppy tennis through the first 15 minutes, and I still think for Lorenzo Claveri, who started to find some rhythm on serve, you mentioned winning 8 of his last 9 points on serve in the set, that'll be the key. Can he sustain that rhythm here in set number 2? Again, Bicknell was up 4-1 so quickly. Never really turned things around. He's clearly found a rhythm. The question is, can Claveri match that on serve? And if he does, how does that impact the Bicknell service game from there, knowing that, okay, now I'm under a little more pressure because the break opportunity, again, it's easy to serve when you've been up a break from the start. A little more difficult as that match progresses. But, of course, coming up after this, we got a fun one. Sarah Davatilla winner of the doubles title yesterday, a shot at sweeping this USTA SoCal Pro Series event at the Barnes Tennis Center. She'll take on veteran Chanel Simmons. You got to see Simmons yesterday. What should we expect from her today, Brian?
Well, they've actually faced off once before, and it was in 2017, and it was a pair of 6-2 set wins for Simmons, who you see there, who is 5 years older than Davatilla. Doesn't have a very big serve, Simmons, and I think that's where Davatilla will have an edge. But consistently, if you look at her run and what she's done this week, and you see what she has been able to do, she is accruing more receiving points in every one of these matches that she has pulled off and won. And if she's able to win as many receiving points, oftentimes double digits more than her opponent this week, then you have to like her chances.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting because lefty into that Davatilla backhand, usually you think advantage, top seed Davatilla. I'd also point out 6 years ago, Davatilla is still a teenager, 19 years old. A lot has changed for both of these players since then. But, yeah, look, Davatilla was down 4-love in the opening set yesterday. It took her a little bit to calibrate her backhand. Once she did, 13 of the last 15 games go her way. And just, again, not only does Davatilla get that victory yesterday in singles, but of course yesterday able to capture the doubles title as well. And her partner, Catherine Hui, faced off against Simmons earlier in the event. So the scouting reports were exchanged. And she'll have a few tidbits here or there. But yeah, it's going to be a fun match. I'm excited for it. And of course, we'll have it coming up not before 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 a.m. Pacific. But very likely we'll have it for you all as soon as this match concludes. That said, right now the story is Blaise Bicknell. Got broken in his opening service game, the opening game of the match. Didn't look back the rest of the way. 6-3, the 21-year-old. Halfway to a first career pro title. You gotta love handing out crowns. Let's hand out some hardware here today, Brian. Why not?
Let's do it. And it's moving along faster, this championship match, compared to last year. And I know
don't jinx us.
Gruskin,
that was public jinx. I do mine off air. You do yours. That's the kiss of death. We're going 2 hours.
Yeah, well, that match, as you know, last year the championship won by Ethan Quinn went 3 hours and 19 minutes. So
I remember.
2 tiebreak sets. Is that what we're going to have in sets 2 and 3?
It's destined. We're destined now as Claveri serves here to kick off our set. I hope so. There it is.
Not a crisp hit on that backhand return, and that gave Claveri invitation to just lay in to a first ball forehand. Tagged the forehand on the second to last groundy, but Claveri then follows it up with a netted forehand. Broken at 1-love, and 1-2 was Cleveri in the opening set. Love that decision. The pattern change. What do you think he saw there to go up the line?
Oh, I just think you have to. Again, you can't be predictable against Blaise Bicknell because then he's finding forehands.
Cleveri having a hard time finding first serves, but it doesn't seem to be daunting him with a game point.
I disagree. I think it is daunting him. I think that's why he's losing here so far. It's been that first serve that's abandoned him.
Serve and volley tactic. First time I believe I've seen that from him. That abandoned him as he got a return right into the body, missed the forehand volley.
No. It's a must-have hold. Lorenzo Cleveri gets it.
Third hold for him. And that's 3 straight, dating back to the last set.
Too shabby from the 20-year-old qualifier. Again, he's had to go the hard way a couple of times. 2 3-set wins to get to this final here this week for Cleveri. Of course, in case you missed it, shout out, of course, to last week's champion, Jacob Brum. Shout out to Andrew Rogers, by the way. Back-to-back doubles titles for him. Last week with Daniel DeJong. This week, of course, with Colin Marcus. Not too shabby.
My goodness.
That's good.
Tell us how you feel.
Yeah. And I like the ankle socks. Has to be mentioned. A last of a dying breed.
I took you, Alex, as someone who would wear those little league socks that go up to the knees. Maybe
No, of course I do, because
yeah.
I'm not actually athletic, so you have to fake it with with the high socks. McNeil's like, no, I'm actually an athlete. I'm fine. His prerequisite is, are they clean?
There you go.
Yeah. Ooh, that was not clean. Well, actually, it was very clean. Love swing from Bicknell. Still game point chances for a routine opening hold.
Not a bad hold to draw level at 1-all in a 2-minute game. Continuing the streak of holds for Bicknell ever since his one and only time he was broken at love all in the opener.
got away with one there. Good guess from Claveri to cover the backhand wing. Obviously, that inside-out forehand's the one Bicknell wants to hit, but yeah, this match in one stat, Claveri's made 54% of his first serves. Bicknell's made 75.
That's a huge difference.
Sometimes tennis is that simple.
Down the line, cross court, forehand winner. Headlines that point for Bicknell.
And it really should be love 30. You can see Claveri's now covering that ad side, so wary of the inside-out forehand. Great response.
First drop shot that we've seen from Claveri. Doesn't work out too well. This is an interesting time here in this match. First break chance on Claveri serve since game 4 opening set. How big is this, Alex?
Well, it's just, I don't know if he comes back from this sort of deficit. It's been, Blaise Bicknell's looked so comfortable on serve. Can he find a first serve here? So good.
What was the best part of it?
It's this. First of all, first serve into the backhand, aggressive swing up the line, challenging that Bicknell forehand on the run. If you're going to make him hit it on a full sprint. Every choice executed well. But again, the first serve percentage is just killing him.
12 games in, and this is just our second deuce point.
Yeah, there it is. Ace number 2 of the match. The massive
just as good as an ace.
So Claveri 2-1 on serve in our second set. Of course, after this, our women's singles final, Davitella versus Simmons. Action rolls on next week, though, as well as we'll head to the Jack Kramer Club for week number 4 of this USTA SoCal Pro Series. Of course, we were there last year at the Kramer Club. You saw guys like Zach Svida, now top 200 in the world, Ethan Quinn, former college #1 Aaron Cayetano. The other thing you're going to get to see, Brian Fenley in attendance at the Jack Kramer Club. You excited?
We are going to have a blast. I'm excited to be there, and obviously Peter Smith and all he does at the Jack Kramer Club. And we're going to have some fun. We're going to add a little extra content and get some interviews and make sure that the Crack Rackets is well represented in multiple different facets with that fun week coming up. And as you can see, the scenery that court or that tennis grounds is located on, just a beautiful part of LA.
Definitely looking forward to it. Bicknell here, serving 1-2 second set. Again, hasn't been broken since the opening game of the match.
What a battle between two hard struck forehands. Thought Claveri would be in trouble with that slice backhand that he left sitting up in the middle of the court. Turned defense into offense and comes away with the point. And that is just a rocket blazing down the line. That is too easy for Bicknell as he registers what is one of many forehand winners on this day. Five forehands in that rally from Bicknell. The fifth turns into a second winner in this game. 50 minutes in. Our first set took 34 minutes. Such a great decision. The backhand approach with width, making the move forward, putting the pressure on Bicknell as Claveri adds to the angst of Bicknell's service game here. It's two winners and two errors from Bicknell that have been the outcomes of the 4 points played. Trying to protect his serve after a backhand error from Claveri. Bicknell vying for a hold. Got him with one of his best weapons, that kick serve right into the body. And Bicknell moves to a 2-all second set score with his service winner. That kick serve is so good from Bicknell, listening to him and interviews that he's done in the past. And he says he has this spin and this bounce that he can put on a kick serve. And I know, Alex, that you've seen that from Bicknell. His kick serve doesn't get talked about enough and how dominant it is.
It's the fact that that ball gets on the shoulder of the 6'5" Claveri. Like,
Yeah.
Come on now. But credit to Lorenzo. He's starting to land some first serves now.
It's amazing what that does for your prospects in winning a game. 2 out wide serves, first serves, 2 quick points for the Italian, or excuse me, the native of Venezuela, if I'm not mistaken.
That's gripped and ripped. It's a 40-love swing. That's what I call that.
And Bicknell knew where it was coming. He knew it was going to go there to his backhand, so he ran around it and just torpedoes back a return.
Now this game gets interesting. I love the target. I think much like you mentioned, Blaise Bicknell sat on that second serve so well that Claveri said, all right, then I'm serving to the forehand. If you're going to sit on that, I got to keep you honest, but didn't hit it cleanly. You pay more for the frame. Bicknell lands the return, and now it's a little look.
That's one that he knows that he usually makes. That's 3 holds for Claveri in the second set, and he's given up 2 points on the returner, or from the returner, in each of those holds. So each of them are pretty tight, but still prevailing in all of them in the second act.
And the big thing is, of course, again, what is he forcing Bicknell to do? He says, you can hit forehands, but you're hitting them on a full sprint. And you just have to do that. Blaise Bicknell's ad side forehand, as we've talked about all match, it's elite. You can't let him sit in that corner. Claveri making first serves is an easy way to prevent Bicknell from doing so. That, some bold targets on the approach, on serve in the second set. It is worth noting, though, and I know, again, this matchup between the Jamaican Bicknell, the Italian Claveri, but it is worth noting we've got 2 Americans in the ATP top 10, Brian, for the first time in 11 years. Francis Tiafoe winning the title today in Stuttgart. He'll make his top 10 debut next week. He'll join Taylor Fritz there. 2 guys, 25 years old, top 10 players. It's a new day for American men's tennis, Brian.
What does that tell you about the resurgence of the American men's tennis game and what it's capable of internationally?
Tells me Colette Lewis was right. We got the princes that were promised. And again, in the best way possible, the game has become so international. The U.S. had to take a look in the mirror, re-examine how they approached player development. That's why things like the SoCal Pro Series, again, providing young players like the Ethan Quinns of the world, the Spidas of the world, chances to test their stuff against the best. Italy's done something similar with the challengers they've put on in Parma and across the country. It's why you see guys like Sinner, Musetti, countless others sending up the rankings. That's why you got to credit Chris Boyer and the USTA SoCal team for what they've done with this event. But look at this. When's the last time Claveri had a 15-30? Ever? I mean, first game of the match.
First
but
game.
Since.
This is a interesting plot that is emerging here in a new storyline. Bringing out all the tools was Claveri there. Cross court, down the line, coming forward, overhead put away. Claveri has saved the only break chance of this second set. That came in game 3 of the second. Here's a break chance that he has found for the first time against Bicknell's serve in set 2. As good as that forehand has been, what about Bicknell's backhand coming through it a big way as he just torches it down the line and impedes the defense of Claveri.
Clutch. That was clutch.
Will have to be clutch for one more point here to negate another break point. Oh, that was right there. That has to be frustrating for Claveri. He had a forehand in the forecourt that was looking as if it would be the finishing shot. Hampered by an unforced error. We go to a second deuce of the second set. As easy as it gets. Open court and a forehand right up the middle off that out wide first serve. And it's our third 8-point game of the match. And it goes Bicknell's way.
The word I come back to there is gumption. That was a gut check moment for 21-year-old Blaise Bicknell. He answered the test. And now 2 games where things got a little rocky for both servers. If you're Blaise Bicknell, this is the game. Massive target. You've got the big mo. Claveri's a little wary. Erased. That's I mean, everything I just said about Blaise encaptured in that point from Claveri. Took an hour for this match to get good.
Well, and some would call you, Alex, a prophet. Very prophetic with your analysis. Trying to go 1-2 punch for a second straight point. Skids that forehand, though, off course.
No, he missed the forehand. Umpire confirms. He missed them both by half an inch.
You got to hand it to him. He's going to that play, and he's not giving up on it. The hard-driven forehand, but 3 forehand errors after taking the first point on a +1. Does Cleveri dial that down a little bit with his forehand? Four errors derail what looked to be a hopeful start in this service game for Cleveri, only for it to escape his grasp in somewhat of a deflating fashion, considering that there were 3 errors on the forehand, 1 on the backhand.
Said it at the start of the game. Big circle for Blaise Bicknell in that 3-all service game. Cleveri had 2 looks at breakpoint chances. Now, it was a credit to Bicknell. He came up with a couple of big serves. You mentioned that backhand down the line at 15-40. I think that's one we'll remember if he does pull through here now in straight sets. But, man, credit to Blaise Bicknell. I mean, he has fought really well today. He's just been so steady. And I got the chance to cover a lot of Blaise this year during his time at Tennessee. There were times when he would come out a little lethargic, times when that focus just wouldn't be there from start to finish. That has not been the case today. He has been locked in from the get-go. You're right, Cleveri gave him some gifts, but he'll take them, and he'll now, again, setting a break lead, 2 games away, 2 holds away from a first pro title.
That it is, our first break of the second set, 4th in total in the match. Both players hitting the let cord, and Bicknell got stopped up by the bounce of hitting the net. Unlike Cleveri getting his return over.
Perfect.
Does such a great job of opening up the court with the forehand. Gives himself a lot of space to hit into.
So good.
Incremental.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, Alex, just incrementally, it looked
Yeah.
as if Cleveri went bigger and bigger with the forehand as that point went on. A dissatisfying service game and a loss of his service by Bicknell, broken at 15. A break lead no longer as Clefairy strikes right back.
I did not see that coming.
I don't think a lot of people did.
Two weird turns.
How good is that backhand? In charge and placed beautifully.
It's just perfection.
That's the kind of shot that just shows you Clefairy and how much he thinks he's got his belief going at a high level now. What a turnaround this has been, as Clefairy, after being down a break, has won 8 of the last 9 points and jumps ahead 5-4 in the second.
It was weird. It was just, it's really the first game Blaise Bicknell has blinked since the opening of this match. It was, again, credit to Clefairy. He's maintained his aggression even through a wave of errors.
Yeah.
And he's rewarded for that mentality as he holds for 5-4. Again, coming up next, Sarah Davatila, top seed in the women's draw. Straight set wins in all of her matches this week. She can add those to straight set wins in doubles as well. Looking for her first career singles title. She'll take on Chanel Simmons. Simmons straight set winner yesterday. Just dropped just 1 set this week. Had to come through qualifying though, just to get into the main draw. That one coming up as soon as this one's complete. Ryan and I here for the call. From first ball to last on what is a fun championship Sunday here at the Barnes Tennis Center. Blaise Bicknell up 4-3 just moments ago. Now serving to extend the second set. No, I missed it. The right swing. And credit to Clefairy, he knows the pattern now, Brian. It feels like he understands, hey, if I got to look at going down the line with that backhand, take it.
Some grade A service returning there. Two-hand backhand looks like it's a much more confident play for Clefairy than the slice. How much defense, Alex, do you see in Cleveri's game, or is he just mostly gung-ho about offense, offense, offense?
Well, you mentioned the clay court stats for him earlier, yet what I've seen from him is it should be offensive. Guy his size with his weapons. That said, he can move. For a big man, he's got some wheels.
Wheels on display there from Cleveri. Transition put away with his forehand. A fist pump from Bicknell garners the hold.
Steady. It's a good response from the 21-year-old.
Was that in or out? Seems to be a
Called
call
out.
in question.
Yeah, called out. Call confirmed by the chair. Bicknell doesn't love it. It's the best defense we've seen him play all match. And it's fascinating. That's now 4 or 5 times. What has Bicknell done with the return? It's a simple stab, but he's elevating that ball, slowing it down, forcing Cleveri to have to generate some more pace of his own. That's where the errors seem to be coming in. It's a small adjustment, but it seems to be working. A little more air under that return. Nothing you can do about a serve like that.
No need for a return there. With that slider eluding the forehand of the Jamaican. That is so good. And it all started with that two-hand backhand to gain inroads into the point. Cleveri takes care of business with his delivery. And could we be heading to a tiebreaker? That's going to be on the mind of Bicknell, his ambitions.
Well, let's see. How many tiebreakers have these guys played this week? I know for Cleveri, it's been a couple. You see for Lorenzo Cleveri, the one he played yesterday, 5 in all, 4-1, not too shabby. Tie break 7-6 in the third over Segerman. Couple of breakers in the first round. Again, that second set breaker yesterday. Bunch of backs and forths. I think the last 6 points, 6 of the last 7, excuse me, were won by the returner after a set that saw no breaks of serve. So 4-1 for Cleveri this week. You look for Blaise Bicknell, 2-0 in the breakers he played. One against Homan to extend the match, the other against Brum. Still have to get there. But just your look at the breakers they've already both played this week. As you see, Lorenzo Cleveri out of the chair, the Italian. Sun's out, quads out. Sky's thighs, that's what it is. Excuse me. Sky's out, thighs out.
Already, this is 10 minutes more of a match in length for Bicknell than how long he was on the court in the semifinals. Just an hour and 9 minutes. So that was when he beat Warren Wood. Got it. Getting pushed around a little bit is Bicknell off that Cleveri backhand. And as you mentioned, he's playing very aggressively, taking it early. And the time removed is making Bicknell a bit uncomfortable.
Oh, gorgeous. And how about this?
To get us to a deciding set, Cleveri needs one more point.
Bold. And truth be told, Cleveri had more time, I think, than he expected. He could have hit a forehand there. That was a tight choice. You get it. You're on the full stretch, but what a forehand for Blaise Bicknell.
He's not changing up his style. No matter what situation is playing out as far as the point. And that is how the second set ends. An agonizing finish for Bicknell. Cannot get us to a tiebreaker, Alex, and a double fault. And a second time he's broken in the second set. Paves a way for this championship for the second installment of it in back-to-back years. We are going to a third and decisive set.
You just sort of feel it coming again, how well Cleveri responded, or perhaps how poorly Bicknell did to that 6-3, 4-3 break lead he had in that second set. It's a credit to Lorenzo Cleveri. Maintained his aggression, got hot on a couple of returns. 7-5, he takes the second set, and now we're one set away. Either way, one of these guys are walking away with their first pro singles title.
And both of these guys, oh, sorry, Alex, I was going to say both these guys playing, as you saw, their third three-setter in the main draw this week.
Now it's gut check time. Cleveri finding a little rhythm. He's leveled things on the scoreboard for the first time in a long time. Fascinating. Fascinating stuff. Of course, we've already crowned a few champions here in San Diego. By the way, our final week of this 7-week SoCal Pro Series will be here in the San Diego area. You saw on the men's double side yesterday, Colin Marcus, Andrew Rogers, a couple of former college tennis standouts. Rogers at Pepperdine in Tennessee. Marcus, a national champion as part of that 2019 Texas team. They earned a 4-4 victory over Bryce Nakashima, Quinn Van de Castile yesterday. It's a second consecutive title for Rogers. Back-to-back weeks, he walks away with SoCal Pro Series titles. What did you think of our men's doubles final yesterday?
I was surprised at how well they played, and Marcus, and I'm wondering about on the singles draw, he was a 2 seed and just lost in the second round this week. So what does he need to do? One of the questions that came across my mind is, what does he need to do for what he's doing in doubles to translate that into singles during this summer of highly competitive tennis on the SoCal series? Because he's got the makings of being a really special player, considering what he did in college, and that just being a foreshadowing for Marcus of how good he can be.
Yeah, no, he played really, him and Rogers played really good ball. They're just so efficient yesterday in everything they did, unbroken, and you see drop just 1 set here this week. Of course, on the women's side of things, tell the same story about Catherine Hui and Sarah Davatila. Dropped just 1 set all week long. It was in their opening round match against Kimmy Hance, Taylor Johnson. Hance, of course, won the doubles title last week with Fang Ran Tien. But Davatila, Hui, it was a back-and-forth first set. Ultimately took it 7-6. They pulled away from there, 6-4 in the second. Now Sarah Davatila, of course, going to be looking to sweep the event, as she'll take on Chanel Simmons in our women's singles final coming up after this. Of course, maybe now is the right time, with this set break continuing, to look ahead towards next week. We'll head up to Los Angeles to the historic Jack Kramer Club in Rolling Hills Estates. You see last year's winners, Ethan Quinn, Aaron Cayetano, sweeping both the singles and the doubles title. So we have seen it before in SoCal Pro Series history. Plenty of fun action still ahead. Of course, we'll have coverage of every championship weekend here on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel. Looks like Blaze McNell is back on court. I don't currently see Lorenzo Claveri. Stats updates for you all. Claveri, 5 aces, 3 double faults. He's made 57% of his first serve so far today, winning 74% of his first serve points. 43% on the second serve. He saved 1 of 4 break points on the day. Meanwhile, for Bicknell, to his credit, he's made 72% of his first serves, winning just 63% of those first serve points, 47% on the second serve. He's fought off 3 of the 6 break points that he's faced.
Beyond the ranking points and the money that's going to be handed out during the 7-week-long USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series, they are also, on the singles side, on men's and women's draws, they are fighting for a spot in the qualifying draw as a wild card in next year's BNP Paribas Open at Indian Wells. And obviously there are some criteria to fit into being one who qualifies for that potential slot. You have to be an American citizen. You have to either be American citizen and going to college in SoCal, or you have to just strictly be from SoCal. American citizen, college in the United States. But unfortunately, for those that, like for a Blaze Bicknell, like he's not going to be able to garner the points for this event. They're trying to get as many from SoCal to that next level. And if we look at the standings right now in the points total, the highest point getter, men's and women's, will go for an Indian Wells qualifying draw spot. Jacob Brum, 33 points. Keegan Smith, 16 points. That's not including what's happened this week. That's just the first few weeks.
Interesting. Yeah, it makes, again, for a Fang Ran Tien, who is an American but does play college in that in the Southern California area, you just wonder, with all of her success, might she be in the wild card hunt if she continues what she's made? 2 finals so far, won a title as well. Obviously, yeah, you mentioned a guy like a Jacob Brum who has success. Jack Anthrop's had success. He's a young American. Bryce Nakashima has gotten title, semis, finals in 3 doubles events this week. It's a great series. We're excited to be able to cover it all. We're also excited, obviously, for the start of this 3rd set. Lorenzo Claveri to serve to start things off. You got to lean one way or the other?
Well, if we're going to believe in momentum, Claveri, after breaking in game 8 of the 2nd set, seems to have the upper hand. But can he sustain that going into the 3rd? What's helped him sustain that late push in the 2nd set for Claveri, who serves to start up this deciding set. 8 of 9 from the line in his last 2 service games of the 2nd. Did he get the outer part of that sideline? Awfully close for Claveri. He does. Adds on to the vast number of forehand winners. In typical Bicknell fashion, hard hit return, gets the forehand inside in, and disarms the serve, even though Claveri got a first serve in. Last time that Claveri gave up 2 points in a service game to the returner, he was broken, and that was at 3-all, 2nd set.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Blaise Bicknell. It was the right play from Claveri. It was too good from Blaise Bicknell. Breakpoint chance here in game number 1.
What a start this would be if Bicknell could convert.
It's a swing.
Bicknell certainly prescribes to the theory of high risk, high reward.
Absolutely. That's the right miss. I mean, that means he's playing his game. Playing on his terms.
Perhaps Claveri didn't think that Bicknell would be able to get to that dropper and then hit it with the depth. It just seemed as if Claveri footwork, he was just a little bit out of sync there and where he needed to be court position wise.
Gutsy. It's the right play. Has McNell passed him once on the run with a forehand? I don't think so.
And this is the first time in any game in this match where we've had 2 deuces.
Ace number 6 of the match for Cleveri sets up a game point chance.
That is his 30th ace of the week, too.
Not too shabby.
A 10-point hold for Cleveri. Weathers 2 break points and saves that serve.
Set in a break. Set in a break lead for Blaise Bicknell. 6-4, 4-3. Now you have early break point chances that go against you as well. Composure. That's the key here. Gotta put an easy hold on the board.
Not a whole lot of easiness to that Cleveri hold. We'll see what Bicknell can do here. Oh my, get out of town. Duped by the drop shot, Bicknell using that court coverage and foot speed to take care of it.
Yeah, I think he's great, again, as a vertical mover or moving into the court. I think he's fine there. It's the lateral.
Yeah.
Where the big man gets a little stiff.
That's a great point. Two service winners on the ad side here for Bicknell, attacking the backhand of Cleveri. You said easy, Alex. That was a pretty easy hold for Cleveri.
Or Bicknell.
Or excuse me, pardon me.
Yes.
Yeah, pardon me, Bicknell.
No, it's what the doctor ordered. Now we sink our teeth into this third set. Nope. It's that elevated return again.
So if you're dealing with that, then what has to be your adjustment?
Patience. It's more about, again, maybe a little less from a target perspective, go less line, a little more 3/4 pace off that ball if it does continue to spray on him. Exactly like that. Bigger target. Took an extra half step to get around that ball. Love that play.
And he didn't take the invitation of the open court to the right of Bicknell, which I think is why he was a bit off balance there, thinking that maybe he would go more down the line.
Yeah. Very much agree.
We've seen that deployed time and time again. Just the whip that Bicknell can generate inside in. Not even close on that second serve attempt.
Twice now. Both of these opening service games, Bicknell gets a little bit of a look.
Got a good look at a forehand hit deep in the court. What did you see there?
Safe targets. The right aggression to safe targets. Make Bicknell do something with that on-the-run forehand. Yep. Safe targets. Back to the well. He's fought off multiple break points here in the third set, but we're on serve 2-1. Aggressive play from 20-year-old Italian Lorenzo Claveri, Alex Gruskin, Brian Fenley here. Not a lot separating these two, Brian.
Not at all, and that was huge, restoring order on his serve, and it seems like Claveri is going more and more to the drop shot and finding more and more reasons or excuses to transition forward.
And so again, quickly out of the chair is Blaise Bicknell. That's par for the course. He's ready to keep rocking and rolling.
Out of the chair early, does that just allow you not to dote on what could have been and think in the past?
He's just out there to play. He likes to keep it moving. It's a quicker pace in and out of the chair. He knows what he wants to execute. We all do. Kick serve, first forehand, ad side of the court. Inside out, inside out, inside in.
Mowing right through with 2 short points for Bicknell. Errant service return. Use Bicknell.
It's 2 great
a
responses.
Love hold.
It's 2 great responses. Apologies, Brian. But just, again, opening 2 service games, Bicknell's had break point chances, and yet he hasn't blinked in either of his first 2 service games. Especially because, again, 6-3, 4-3. Blaise Bicknell was up a set and a break in this match. I love how he's recovered mentally, and this gets back to a theme we've seen from the start. He's been very composed. Yes, he's played 2 bad service games, but he's been very composed in this match.
And whenever there is a mistake, as you said, he quickly rebounds, doesn't hang on to the misery of what he experienced for much longer than he has to. Just frozen with a ripped forehand from Bicknell. What's he trying to do there, Alex? Trying to get the backhand cross court to set up the forehand inside out?
Bicknell or Claveri?
Bicknell.
Yeah, that's the rip. It was the right ball. I mean, again, absolutely. That's the pattern he's looking for. Net tape obviously goes against him, but any rally over 5 shots, it means Blaise Bicknell's found a forehand.
There was Claveri finding his forehand, keeping these points short. He's had, a couple of 3 shot points in his pursuit of holding in this game.
Mm-hmm.
A little exuberance and a pep in the step of one Claveri, who grabs hold of his latest service game. "28 minutes through, elapsed in the third set."
Absolutely, of course. If you joined us last week, got to see a couple of fun title runs. It was Feng Run Tien on the women's side, working her way to the title. Tien sweeping both the singles and doubles, so I suppose Sarah Davatilla will have a chance to match that here this week. Of course, on the men's side of things, Brum, Rogers, De Jong, all champions. Blaise Bicknell is ready to roll, though, Brian.
He's not taking more than 10 seconds over at the chair, maybe a quick bit of water, and he's ready to go. Unforced air weighs down that inside-out look from Claveri. He hasn't missed a whole lot of those today.
No, but he hasn't had a good look in this third set yet on the return. That was really his first. So I don't hate that error. Love that ball. Heavy to the Bicknell forehand.
Heavy and deep. How would you assess Bicknell and his overall showing with his serve?
He's just picked the right spots today so well. He knows what he wants to do. Kick serve, he knows will get him a first forehand. And yet has been comfortable mixing and matching different spots as well.
Two forehand errors and a backhand error from Claveri and Bicknell, looking at a potential hold. Try to redeem himself with his second attempt at trying to close out this game.
Great aggression. Here we go. first serious look in a Blaise Bicknell service game this set, and I have to credit Lorenzo Claveri. It's been a little more inconsistent today than yesterday, but since the start of that second set, he's found his aggression. Too good from Bicknell, but you see Claveri trying to hold snugly firm onto that baseline, right? Not give Bicknell time to run around.
Our third deuce game of this third set, both of the prior ones going to the server.
An interesting choice.
Was it interesting because of where he was located on the court?
If you got to look at a forehand to not hit it, if you're Blaise Bicknell, is always interesting.
Oh, that's so beautiful. What could Bicknell have done better there? He did a decent job with his horizontal quickness, then chased down his short ball. Not a whole lot he could have done.
No. Other than hit the gym. Keep working on that movement.
Yep.
It's a break for Claveri and a frustrated Blaise Bicknell.
Missed
you
his.
Just wonder if the frustration that's built up over the past 30 minutes might begin to seep out here, right? Bicknell up 6-3, 4-3, setting a break. Had multiple break chances. Serve at love all here, at 1-all in this third set, was unable to convert. Now 4-2 for the Italian.
And as you mentioned, during every sit down, coming right up off the chair, not wasting a lot of time sitting down, perhaps mentally doesn't want to get himself to fall trap into a space of doubt. He'll try to battle back here, but it's a 4 serving 2 in the third set scenario.
That's a gift. Double fault number 5 of the match.
In number 16 in this week's run at this tournament for Claveri, and that is only counting main draw matches. How many times have we seen wide serve, big forehand? Wide serve, big forehand.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think Claveri's was long.
Yeah, that fourth forehand by Claveri in that rally just pumped it long. Even though you'd think he liked the way the point started out.
That's a freebie. spot to give that one away.
A bevy of forehands, and has Claveri, as he gets a game point here, has he hit a serve up the middle in this game?
Good question. Body, maybe, but absolutely. He wants that first forehand just going to the open court, and more than anything, again, force Bicknell to hit on the sprint. Ridiculous. Title-worthy stuff from 20-year-old Lorenzo Claveri. He's one hold away from a first career pro singles title. Alex Gruskin, Brian Fenley here. Blaise Bicknell, 6-3, 4-3. Setting a break in set number 2. Brian Fenley, I asked you, what changed for the 20-year-old Italian Claveri?
Well, it was a break at 15 in that game where it totally caught us by surprise. Here we thought Bicknell up 4-3, as you said, up a break in the second set. But I think that there have been less errors, maybe more first serves. And I think he's found something like we just saw in that last point, we saw all game long, where even though Bicknell knows that every serve is seemingly going wide, that when you're good at something, you know you're really good when the opponent knows it's coming and you still can't stop it. And that seems to be what has run its course here and has flipped the script, from my humble opinion.
No, I agree with that assessment. I also just think as good as Bicknell's serve forehand combination has been, and that's been maybe the most consistently effective weapon, Claveri just has more ways to hurt Blaise. A totality of things. That backhand line in particular, he started hitting it far better in sets number 2 and 3. And that has the 20-year-old Italian a game away. Still, Bicknell will serve. And he's ready right away.
Then you start to wonder, Alex, where is Bicknell's headspace right now? Obviously, we've seen him visibly frustrated, hitting balls after losing games. And is that something that is weighing on him too?
Oh. Well, now more than ever is where you think to yourself, wasn't I up a set and a break like 12 minutes ago? That was a go for the match volley. That misses, this match is over. Maybe, just maybe, that settles Bicknell down here. No, he's slapping.
What is that telling you when he's slapping like that?
That you asked the right question. Mentally, he might just be cooked.
It landed in. Match point here for Claveri, seeking his first ITF men's title.
Oh, couldn't get the let cord locked.
That's a risky shot, too, to go down the line with a backhand.
Well, that's the one that's brought him into this match. Would have been fitting. And yet it's a lifeline to Blaise Bicknell. He says, I'll give it right back. Double fault. It's match point number 3.
Real-time double here in Bicknell's second ITF singles championship match.
It's a first pro title for 20-year-old Italian Lorenzo Claveri, and now he lets off the roar. From a set and a breakdown, Claveri, 3-6, 7-5, 6-2. Your USTA SoCal Pro Series event number 3 champion, Claveri, takes the title at the Barnes Tennis Center. What'd you think, Brian Fenley?
I thought that the emotions from Bicknell were too much at the end to handle. Just the fact of the 2 double faults at the end signal things. But if you're getting right up from the chair during a changeover, something's bothering you. And I don't think he was able to let go of that down the stretch. And in a match that lasted an hour and 59 minutes, that would be the 3rd longest match this week that Claveri has been able to play. And what a promising win and title for the 20-year-old. First hardcore event this year in a main draw. This, Alex, after he did not even get out of qualifying last week on the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. To go from a disappointment in losing in qualifying to going the distance the next week, this is some really good stuff from a 20-year-old who has a lot of promise to his game moving forward.
Absolutely, and this is what the USTA SoCal Pro Series is about. Again, Claveri was a qualifier this week. Needed 3 3-set victories. Now he captures his first pro title. Now the entire pro tennis world opens up to him, of course. What a thrilling first singles final of the day. 20-year-old Lorenzo Claveri, 3-6, 7-5, 6-2. He is your champion. As you see, trophy ceremony coming up here on center court. What do we have next? Oh, it'll be a doozy. Our women's singles final. Top seed Sarah Davatilla has yet to drop a set this week. She won the doubles title with Catherine Hui as well. She'll take on another qualifier in Chanel Simmons. Simmons dropping just the 1 set on her way to this title match. That match starting in about, I'll say, 10, 12 minutes. They'll hand out the trophy, take some photos, and then we'll be back for the start. We'll step away for the moment. Gonna leave this on your screen. Again, you can watch the trophy ceremony, monitor when we'll have players on court beginning our warm-up for our women's singles final. Any final thoughts, though, Brian Fenley, before we step away for the moment?
I think it was such an interesting change of events in that second set when we thought it was all Bicknell, how it all, you can think you're so close to the finish line and it can all go sideways. There's going to have to be a lot of learning lessons here for Bicknell. He'll be thinking about this one for a while, but you have to see how he bounces back from this, and maybe this will be a good teaching point for his future.
Absolutely. Well, again, Lorenzo Claveri, a first-time ITF Pro Singles winner. He takes a 3-6, 7-5, 6-2 victory over Bicknell to earn the men's singles title. With that said, going to step away for the moment. Of course, again, we will be back with commentary for the start of the women's singles final. But for now, for the fantastic Brian Fenley, our super producer Daniel Westhoff, and everyone who contributes to our broadcast, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. We'll be back with our women's singles final right after this. Welcome back in, everyone, to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. Alex Gruskin, joined by my partner in crime, Brian Fenley, as we ring in our final match in San Diego of the series, a fantastic women's singles final between top seed Sarah Davatila and the qualifier Chanel Simmons. Before we get going, Brian, what are you looking forward to most in this match?
Well, it's such a contrasting in styles, Alex, and thanks so much for having me with you and your awesome Crack Racket team. But the Sarah Davatila effect as a one seed, she's this known entity. She's the college phenom who is making a really nice charge up the pro rankings, has that big backhand going up against an opponent. Chanel Simmons, as you said, a qualifier, but she has a history having been pro since 2009, but it's sort of like she's trying to recover and find that comeback that has eluded her for so many years. It hasn't won a title. Of her 23 ITF singles titles, hasn't won one since 2019. So this could be an opportunity for her. More of a baseline player, not a big serve, but doesn't miss a lot of balls.
Davatila 23-12 on the year entering today's match. Simmons 9-1. You mentioned it, reached a career high 158 back in 2013. Currently outside the top 1,000, but obviously hasn't gotten a ton of match play over the past few seasons. Simmons 30, Davatila 25 years old. Let's play some tennis. Let's have ourselves an afternoon. That's the pattern for Davatila today. Does such a good job. She's going to take that ball a half second earlier than you expect every single time. The backhand is money, but you give her time on that forehand wing, she can be so unpredictable.
Break down the line shots on her backhand and forehand wing in that point.
Just takes it low, flat. And it is worth noting, not biased in the sense I'm rooting for her, but biased in the sense that I have watched a lot of Davatila over the years. She's a fellow Michigander. Her 5 years at UNC were my first 5 here at Cracked Rackets, and God, did those... I could argue those UNC teams are why we have a Cracked Racket still today. The success her and the Tar Heels had during her 5 years, multiple indoors titles, NCAA semifinals as well. But you got to see Simmons yesterday, and your report was she is a fighter.
She is a fighter, and her serve is not going to wow you, but she is going to bank on winning more return points and getting her opponent to make more mistakes and to extend points. You brought up all the awards that Davatila has won. If there was a college tennis award, it's probably been won by Davatila.
But look at this. And it's worth noting Davatila went down 4-love in the opening set yesterday before she found her rhythm, won 13 of the last 15 games, but it's an early breakpoint chance for Simmons. going to be a fun one. It's a
A
great
daredevil.
a great contrast of styles. And you mentioned there's a career head-to-head in the past, is there not?
Yeah, and the longer of time between the head-to-heads, the less we could probably take from it.
Sure.
In the sense that they didn't meet since 2017, and that was at Sumter when Davatila fell 6-2, 6-2.
There's the example. Simmons just making that one extra ball. Davatila leaning towards that backhand. You'll see that from time to time. She'll hit that inside-out backhand, but wasn't quite there with her feet. It's another break point chance for Simmons. It's an opening break. Chanel Simmons is ready to work. 1-love here in our opening set. Let's show you how each of these players got to our final here today. You start with Chanel Simmons. Comes from qualifying, couple of straight set wins. Wins over Faki, McCray, Sajieva, Catherine Hui. Hui, the only match she dropped the set. Of course, Hui partnered with Davatila to capture the doubles title, and as it relates to Sarah Davatila, hasn't dropped a set so far this week. Wins over Vryland, Agrio Castriti, Rapalu, and Hance. Davatila looking for her first pro title in singles. Picked up that first pro title overall yesterday. Simmons looking for her first in quite some time. She'll serve here 1-love up in our final.
That is her 6th double fault. Now, not imposing, you would say, relatively speaking, Simmons is her serve, but gets a lot of them in. It bears mentioning that for Davatila's second appearance at this event, quarterfinalist last year, who did she lose to? McKenna Jones in 2 sets. Jones went on to win the thing, as you know, and Crack Rackets had the coverage of that.
McKenna Jones, of course, Sarah Davatila's former UNC teammate. Oh. Simmons has answers right now. How bold is Davatila willing to be?
And how does her boldness alter depending upon where she stands in a set? It's one of those things where you feel like, and how I think one of the interesting things will be of this match is how patient Davatila is with her backhand in the cross court on the outside with the forehand. Does she feel like she's got to do a little bit too much to gain a control of a point?
Sometimes it'll have to be that good. A little flick of the wrist from Sarah Davatilla extends the game. I think she's going to have to press forward. And have to put some pressure on Chanel Simmons. Be bold. Move forward. Look at this return positioning.
And that's the downside of taking such an aggressive spot in returning.
Break consolidated for 2-love.
History repeating itself from yesterday when, as you said, Alex, Davatilla lost the first 4 games. She's lost the first 2 here in the final. Took that backhand a little bit on the high side. Did it seem as if just the height of which she had to hit it made her a bit uncomfortable?
Much better pattern. And that's going to have to be the play, and I think Davatilla sees it now. You mentioned it. Chanel Simmons is just, it's not even the height of the ball, it's how far off the court Davatilla is having to hit those backhands.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Simmons hitting that forehand so effectively. Oh, I think that dropped good.
Everything that Simmons was hitting yesterday in the semifinal was a loopy ball that took her opponent off the baseline. And it's a formula that worked, and it worked, and it worked time and time again. I don't think she's going to be able to do that as much, Simmons, today. Did that catch the line?
I think it did.
Wow.
But how sustainable is that shot?
What a nuisance it has been for Simmons.
Yeah, if you're Simmons, you say, that's fine. I'll give you that one. It's an ace in college.
Yeah.
Sailed on her. It's another breakpoint chance. How about this start for 30-year-old Chanel Simmons?
30-40 for the second straight Simmons service game.
Called a let because you saw that ball rolling over. Where'd that ball come from? Guess there's other action going on at the Barnes Tennis Center today. How could there not be? Beautiful facility here in San Diego. They host the Easter Bowl. They host the ITA Fall Nats. They host ATP and WTA events. They host it all.
What does that tell you? A double fault and a double break lead going to Simmons about where Davatila is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's played a bad... Her level is much higher to start today than it was yesterday. Now, credit to Kimmy Hans, who came out guns blazing in that semifinal match, but Simmons has just had answers. That's my biggest observation. Dare I say. It shouldn't have taken me that long to find the word observation, but that's my observation thus far. It's just that backhand cross court that Davatila is so conditioned to hit. Simmons is more than happy to exchange ground strokes on that wing right now. And what Davatila does to disrupt Simmons' rhythm, that's the question I'm looking for. She's moved forward a couple of times, taken a backhand line. That's been successful. Not to bring in FIFA terms, but yesterday for Davatila, it was park the bus on the Kimmy Hans backhand wing. Everything went to that ad side corner. Might it be that same scenario, albeit to the deuce side, not the ad side this time, given it's the lefty Simmons? I don't know, but right now it's on Chanel Simmons' terms as she'll serve double break lead 3-love in our final.
That's what I think.
It's crazy. It's going to have to be that good.
Well, and then how often do you think, in as much as you can stretch out Simmons almost every time out wide, how often do you think Davatila is then going to move forward?
She's going to hit a lot of swinging volleys. That's always in her playbook. I think that's what we're going to start seeing. That might be the immediate adjustment. Good call by you. Now we have a match.
There's nothing that Simmons can do to match the pace that Davatila can put on her shots off the ground. Got to those corners really nicely, and she's doing something that, Alex, I saw yesterday, that heavy ball to the opponent backhand, trying to disarm Davatila from picking up her offense.
Yeah, that's just perfect. That's spreading the court. She had Davatila worked so far over on that ad side that down the line alley was just there for her. And again, what Davatila do the first 2 points? She didn't on those last two. Attack the Simmons backhand wing. Gotta get some pressure through the deuce side.
A good cut, had a forehand, sails off the racket of Davatila. This is a Simmons player who has spent most of her time recently teaching tennis up in the state of Washington, but refound her love for pro tennis and refound her abilities at carving out aces in what is her third ace of the tournament. That is it. But a 4-love start for the 30-year-old.
Davatilla was here yesterday, but this feels different. I can tell you, I called that match. Yes, it was a 4-love lead for Kimmy Hans. There were multiple deuces. Davatilla was making errors, not being pushed around the court the way Simmons has today. I mean, look at her. She's bouncing. She's ready. Yep. It's park the bus time. It really is.
Do you feel like it's the ditch the plan of trying to go big from the back, and it's any time I can, I'm moving forward and I'm hitting either swinging volleys or drop volleys with width?
Yep. And you see Davatilla sees that as well. The thing is, Simmons does such a good job, the bump lobs, extending rallies. You have to be decisive in your movements forward against Simmons. You see that decisiveness here for Davatilla. She looks to get on the board.
Simmons didn't hit that lob with enough depth and did not keep it away from the forehand.
Perfect play. Pace through the backhand to set up the short ball. Game point chances finally for Davatilla.
After being broken through deuce and broken at 30 in her first 2 service games.
She's on the board. Davatilla 1-4. Still, Chanel Simmons leads our opening set, of course. Sarah Davatilla walking away with her first title from the week no matter what. Her and Catherine Hui yesterday, 7-6, 6-4. They knock out Malaika Rapalou, Anita Sajieva. First pro title for each of these players. Hui, an incoming freshman at Princeton. Not too shabby, though, as a teenager. You walk on campus. That's an icebreaker. So what have you done in life? Well, I've won a pro title. Have you?
I have not. Does a chess tournament count?
Yes, absolutely.
So, to your point you were saying earlier, Alex, even though the first 5 games have gone exactly the way for Davatilla as the first 5 games did yesterday in her come-from-behind win in the semifinals, you're seeing a higher level from her this go-around than yesterday? Or where do you feel like you are with that?
Absolutely, because yesterday was more about errors off the racket of Davatilla. This is more about Simmons imposing her will. We're playing in Chanel Simmons' terms thus far. Errors are correctable. Switching entire game plans is a whole other beast. See, that's what I think you and I expected to see more of coming into this. I don't want to speak for you.
No, you're absolutely right. And then it seemed as if she was getting attackable 2-hand backhands, and then the more she got the more angle she put into it.
Yeah.
How would you evaluate? We were talking the men's final and the horizontal quickness of the players. What about the horizontal swiftness of Davatilla and where she's good and where she's looking to improve?
I think Davitel does such a good job of moving into the court, beating you to the spot, anticipates so well, and just, again, takes that ball a little earlier. Now, not quite as fluid as Simmons, who's so good horizontally, moving in and out of her corners, extending rallies. Both efficient movers in different ways. It's a good question, though. And it's a fun contrast again.
Did she land that?
She did.
Steely nerves. The backhand working so well for Davatilla. And Davatilla yet to pick up a break point on Simmons' serve. There is a first for everything, and sitting on that second serve, back-to-back two-hander, flattened out winners on that powerful wing of hers, and a break point. Going big with the forehand, crushes it through the court and hits it right past Simmons. We got a match here, Alex.
Well, again, same spot as yesterday. 4-love deficit first set. Davatilla never rolls over. Chanel Simmons was just hitting with such gusto early on. Credit to Davatilla, never wavered. Stayed the course, to her credit. Because there is a difference in the Simmons ball now, in my opinion. I just thought she was hitting so aggressively into the outer thirds early on. It feels like that's sort of been taken away, maybe by the depth of Davatilla. Certainly she's captured the momentum now. That's a heat check.
It would have been better served to go cross court there, but got a little bit greedy, maybe?
I think that's fair.
Short point, backhand miss with that vaunted two-hander from the 1 seed. 657 in the world in singles. Already won the doubles trophy this week. Trying to come out with 2 titles. And she got another wicked backhand from off the court down the line. Undoubtedly her most proficient weapon in her growing game. Staying posted on the baseline and going from corner to corner, fending off heavy balls, drives to summit a game point. A tale of 2 runs after losing the first 4 games. Davatilla, 2 holds and a break, and she is within a game.
Slow and steady. Credit to her. We were hypothesizing what needed to change. She didn't change anything. Waited for the backhand to find a little bit of depth, a little better rhythm. Certainly started attacking that Simmons backhand perhaps a little earlier in rallies to open things up for herself. But, yeah, she didn't blink. 4-0 to 4-3. Now, it's still a break lead for Simmons, but certainly Davatilla now with the momentum. And you've seen Simmons start to throw in some off-speed things over the past few games. Brian, are there any other adjustments we should be looking for?
I think any time that she returns with a short ball, she is getting punished.
Yeah.
Anytime the ball is being hit in the court for Davatilla, it's almost a guarantee that the point is going her way. So if she can keep Davatilla hitting from off the court, that probably has to be high on her priority list. Which is an example right there where you float one deep and Davatilla is trying to take that same hard-driven attempt into a ball where it becomes a low percentage shot with that way of approaching that shot. There have been some really nice redirects on Simmons' forehand. But can't find it down the line.
That's the ball.
That's the ball.
That's the moneymaker. When she's making that, it's really tough to beat Sarah Davatilla. boy, has the tone and the mood of this match shifted. When it's working, Brian Fenley.
And Alex Gruskin, that was another example of Simmons hung one out there short, and then Davatilla goes big down the line with the backhand, and all of a sudden the point is in her grasp, and Simmons is on the back end of the point.
I love that Simmons threw up a high and heavy, and Davatilla said, nope, I'm holding my ground on this baseline. So impressive. 2 break points. Oh, just long. It curved in.
It did.
Just didn't quite have the depth. And again, if you're Chanel Simmons, deep breath here. Yes, Davatilla's found some rhythm. Still up on the scoreboard. She connected on just about all of them in that game. The backhand line is firing for top seed Sarah Davatilla. 4-all, first set.
And that's where you see how vulnerable Simmons' second serve is, and how Davatilla was able to go short angle, open up the court, and do, Alex, what she has been doing so well right now. 4 straight game wins for her. This, after she fell to a double break deficit, double faulting at Love 2. How things have changed here.
I'll tell you this, we've seen some comebacks in these year and a half of the SoCal Pro Series. I've never seen a player come back from 4-love down on consecutive days in first sets. Davatilla hasn't come fully back yet, but she has leveled things at 4. I mean, hasn't taken the set, I suppose. It's in the torture chamber.
You just have to, if you are Simmons, you have to respect that game, and you have to keep it away from that backhand, which has just been a devastating force in this total reverse of a first set.
And now if you're Simmons, you think the other way. Nothing else to that wing. Show me you can beat me with a forehand, Sarah Davatilla. Yep.
Yeah. And it worked. But it's going to be a tough habit because, as we saw yesterday and we've pointed out, it was Simmons going and attacking and having success going to her opponent's backhand. And when you've done it so many times, just a 24-hour period when it was such a great weapon for you, how hard is it to adjust from something that was working so well and totally abandon it? Great look down the middle for the service winner. Wouldn't this be something? And Alex and I would not be surprised if Davatilla sealed the deal for 5-4.
What a turnaround from the top seed. 25-year-old Sarah Davatilla in pursuit of her first career pro title. From 4-love down in this first set, now has her first lead of the afternoon, 5-4. Again, Davatilla has not dropped a set. On her way to this final, was down 4-love in the first yesterday before taking 13 of the last 15, 7-5, 6-1 over Kimmy Hance. Again, she's had a bunch of different injuries since leaving college. Hasn't really been able to play a full season. You look for last year, 26-15 overall. Obviously left college in 2021, was only able to play 5 matches that first year out. So looking to reestablish her rhythm, reestablish herself, as obviously is Chanel Simmons, who will now serve, facing her first scoreboard deficit, 4-5. What do you want to see here, Brian?
Well, here's the stat I wanted to throw out to you, Alex. Since that double break deficit and the love for hole that Davatilla was experiencing, she has won 20 of the last 27 points.
Whew.
Totally changed the dynamic of this match, and it was what she did in game 5, a love hold, and from there, 20 of 27 points have gone Davatilla's way.
I'll tell you what, when Sarah Dav is sliding into backhands, you're in trouble. I want to see Simmons get a little more aggressive.
But how out of character is that for her? And that's an interesting question,
it's
too.
Fair. It's a very fair point.
What do you think went into that miss? Because she's hit that shot and made that shot before.
No, I was just a little off there with the feet. Probably weren't quite there.
That one sails long. An encouraging service game. It's been a while for Simmons. Here's a number that is eye-popping as we see Simmons lose a point on his second serve. 29% of her second service points are going her way.
Yeah, that was a free swing. Hands over the freebie. Now you can take maybe not a deep breath, but a breath. If you're 30-year-old Chanel Simmons, the South African holds for 5-all. And now we reset this match 46 minutes in. Again, it was a 4-love lead for Simmons. Davatella ripped off 5 in a row. Yep. Ugh. Her hands are just so quick around that ball.
The on the run, sharp angle backhand. Not sure you can execute it much better than what she did right there. Second consecutive point that Simmons has tried to go down the line with that lefty forehand. This one askew. Davatella a point away from 6-5. Took an exaggerated hack at that forehand that gave off the impression of a point finishing shot.
Great tennis from Davatella. Sustained aggression through that Simmons backhand. From 4-love down, she's now a game away from the set again. 6-5 on serve. It'll be the 30-year-old Simmons' chance to answer. Of course, this is our final match here in San Diego. Final match at the Barnes Tennis Center. We still got 4 more weeks coming up at this USTA SoCal Pro Series. Of course, coming up next, we head to the Jack Kramer Club in Los Angeles. You see Ethan Quinn on your screen. By the way, Brian, Ethan Quinn, winner of the Wichita 25K earlier today. He wins his second pro singles title. Knocked out Michigan State rising sophomore Ozan Barris in that singles final earlier today. I know we're excited to see him as a Cracked Rackets team in Bloomfield Hills at the Challenger at the start of July.
We'll see you there.
Yeah. What are you looking forward to most next week?
For next week. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how Fan Gran Tien, if she's able to have that sustenance or the sustainability of what she's built up already this week, or last couple of weeks, I should say, for that upcoming week. There's been so many graduates, if you will, of this series that are doing big things.
For what it's worth, this is exactly the pattern we saw yesterday. 4-love, down to 5-4 up, hands held for 5-all, pulled the break for Davatila to close out the set. Just saying. If this seems familiar, because we've been here before. It's interesting. You watch a Davatila, I think of an alley risk. Again, a little flatter on the ground strokes, takes that ball a little early. Curious if anyone else sees that. So physical.
And
That's the pace.
And how seldom, Alex, do we see Simmons move forward? But there was some great shot tolerance exhibitions from both in that point.
She's stuck to the script as well, staying physical, high and heavy. Game point chances to force a breaker.
Which would be the second tiebreaker this week in the main draw for Simmons. Too far with a forehand. And what do you think has to be the game plan for both of these in this breaker?
Stay the course. This has been a physical, hour-long first set. Twists, turns, How many matches do you see where someone takes a first set like this, runs away with the second? You're all in here.
Overpowering, but accurate, the backhand from Davatilla. Free reign. And comes up with the first point. Only other tiebreaker that Davatilla has played in the quarterfinals, second set, took it 8-6 over the 8 seed, Malaika Rapolu. 3 points in. The server has won every point. And there, that, what did you term it, Alex? This
Mini break?
Well, the mini break, but the bump lob, if you will.
The little bump lob. I mean, look,
Yeah.
It's effective. Her hands are just so soft.
Yeah, there is the mini break. If there is going to be a third set in this match, it would be the first time in the 8th match that Davatilla has had to play a three-setter over 2 years of playing in this tournament in singles. A freebie from Simmons. Three all, 6 all.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. And again, this is par for the course. Simmons certainly a little bit better the longer the rally goes. Davatilla, when she's had that look at stepping into the backhand line, she's hit it so successfully over the last half hour. Will Simmons be bold here? Look to push forward, put Davatilla under some pressure. Maybe that's a little counter she can bring into this breaker. Because otherwise, we kind of know how the rally's going.
Lots of
3-1 down. Sorry, 3 straight for Davatilla.
Yeah, 3 straight. Lots of repeated, if you will, ways of playing these points for both of these. But Yeah, 4-3 after an early stumble, but Simmons with a double fault in this breaker hasn't helped. Adds on to the lead, and if we're tracking the receiving points, Davitil with one more. I was bringing that up before the match and looking at what that might say towards the outcome of this one. 16-15 in favor of Davatila. Stung by a netted backhand from off the court, and Davatila has 3 set points in her pocket.
Sarah Davatila does it again. For the second straight day, the top seed from 4-love down in the opening set. She takes it, this time 7-6. It puts her 1 set away from the final, from her first title. Not too shabby, Brian Fenley.
Not at all, considering that she won the last 6 points of that breaker as well. So if that tiebreak story wasn't just a microcosm for the opening set, I'm not sure what to tell you, because here, as you pointed out, an early lead for Simmons in the breaker, like she had in the game score, winning the first four games. But then here comes Davatila. You can never count her out, no matter what the score says, and she pulls through with some clutch tennis at the end of the breaker.
Give you the stats from the first set. Davatila made 70% of her first serves, won 68% of her first serve points, 50% on the second serve, save one of the 3 break points she faced. Meanwhile, Simmons made 69% of her first serves, won 67% of her first serve points, also saved one of 3 break points. Biggest difference, she won just 33% of her second serve points. Now, it was only a 2-point spread. Davatila 6 of 12 on the second serve, Simmons 4 of 12. But guess what? It was only a 4-point deficit in the breaker. You know, again, the margins were that thin in set number 1. And I thought both players played bold tennis. I have no issues with how Chanel Simmons approached that first set, continued to move Davatila corner to corner. Felt like cross-court was her preferred play, always. It's a fascinating first game. Big spot here for Simmons to just steady the ship, right?
Yeah, I mean, you understand that, yeah, it's just the first game of the second set, but it just feels like there's so much more importance attached to it, considering the way the tiebreak went for Simmons. In danger here of getting broken for 13th time this week. It would be number 3 on the day, as Davatila is 2 for 3 in breakpoint conversions. Topsy-turvy first game of the second set for Simmons. Loses her service with only 1.1.
It's tough. That's why Sarah Davatila is the top seed this week. And again, she was injured following the completion of her college career in 2021. Played 5 total matches that season. Now began to work her way back into it last year. 26-15 overall. Did reach her first final of her career in singles in November, losing to Fangran Tien, who we of course saw win a title on the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit last week. But when healthy, I've seen Sarah Davatila play top 300 tennis. I've seen the level she's capable. Her ability to take that ball early, and I think we're seeing that here over these past 45 minutes, setting a break lead for the top seed. Yeah, like that's gonna beat anyone.
Keep doing that, and she's going to pick up her 70th professional win of her career today.
Maybe more importantly, a new career high probably in the rankings as well. She's someone, you mentioned the wild card offered by this USTA SoCal Pro Series into the US Open qualifying. If she can secure that wild card, Indian Wells, excuse me, not US Open.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah, if she can secure that Indian Wells wild card, boy, oh boy, wouldn't that be something?
That return was something.
Yeah.
A whole lot of effort going into that forehand, and Simmons trying to play the role of buzzkill here with re-breaks at her disposal. Off the let court, played very well. Did not phase the rhythm of Davatilla in her movement forward. And what does she do, Alex? She pinpoints that forehand in the corner with the backhand. Choosing the backhand of Simmons.
Back on serve. The sort of twist you were waiting for, and now if you're Chanel Simmons, finding the rhythm on serve.
A short-lived serotonin boost for Davatilla there. All level in the second. Oh my goodness.
The movement, the athleticism on both sides. I mean, it's a final. It's what you expect.
What do you make about the placement of that defensive lob there?
Yeah,
and why was it?
It was a prayer, and it dropped good.
Forcing Simmons to retreat.
Yeah, missed it wide.
Is there a little side spin on that forehand? It seemed to tail off the court a little bit.
Yeah, may not have hit it quite.
Simmons isn't even going to try.
And I think this is the rhythm we expected coming into the match, right? More breaks of serve, the returner being able to use that return as a first strike. Just because both return so well. Yep. We're trading breaks. On break early, 2-1. Second set, 25-year-old Sarah Davatila in her second career pro final. Looking for her first career pro singles title. 7-6, 2-1 lead. Of course, she'll be in the draw next week, I believe. At least as of now, she's in the draw. Next week, again, we head to Los Angeles. Jack Kramer Club in particular, and looking at the acceptance list for that event. Davatila right now the top seed. Do I see Chanel Simmons? I think she'll get a special exemption, having made the final this week. Players like Kimmy Hans, Haley Giavara, Fangran Tien, all players we've seen over the past couple of weeks, all in appearance. I don't see Megan McCray yet.
McCray kicked off this series. Week 1, took the singles title in Rancho Santa Fe.
Indeed, she did. Davatila will serve 2-1. See if we can get a hold on the board here in set 2.
Good things and not so amazing things happening to that Davatila backhand here. When she does air, Alex, is it because she's pushed around a little bit on the move? I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Did she miss it?
Yeah, on the charge for that forehand swinging volley.
No, I think all of it's so much of it is footwork driven. How close is that ball to her body when she's making contact? You take it on the rise, obviously you're playing with thinner margins. And so it's a good question to ask. To me, that's usually where the errors maybe leak in. Why not?
Why not? Let's go for 4 straight breaks. Four breaks in the first set and our 4th break in the second set.
And you just wonder, it was a physical first set. Over an hour of play on each side. How does that affect each of these players down the home stretch?
And what is it going to take for a player to hold?
Yeah.
There wasn't that full-fledged, let's really clock that forehand from Thombatilla.
No, again, that's where the physicality of that first set. She had to spend so much time in those corners to get that ball early on the rise. Advantage Simmons, right? Who's sticking to the script, still doing her thing. It's a ridiculous angle on the serve. Too good. Chanel Simmons on the run. Now has game point chances for our first hold of the deciding set, of the second set.
In revisiting that point, what would it have done for Davatilla's chances to close the net there, not just stay glued to the baseline?
Yeah, just maybe to disrupt the rhythm of Simmons. That's a good call by you. Whew. Ripped and ripped. But you see, even in that rally, how well Simmons extends points. Always able to hit that one extra shot to make you uncomfortable.
She hits that on-the-run forehand, moving from her right to left with depth, too, which can quell the opponent's offensive tendencies. And there's a miss on Simmons' backhand. All of a sudden, a potential love hold induces some added suspense.
She just won't go away.
Turning into a backboard was Davatilla, and she was the one to hit the extra ball. Taking a page out of Simmons' book. A deuce point.
Yep. Assertive in stepping into that backhand. More of that, please, from Chanel Simmons.
And got a couple of short balls there to annihilate. The South African trying to break the trend of 4 straight service breaks.
It was a tentative swing. She pulled out of it.
We are going to play a 9th point in this game.
Davatilla going to give that look, a long look on that baseline. Seems like it just clipped. Another game point chance for Simmons.
In our first deuce game, it's a hold for Simmons. And after 5 straight holds, then 4 straight breaks, it's a hold, and it gives Simmons a lead 3-2.
She's earned it. Hasn't gone away, never deterred, never dispirited. After those 2 early breaks here in the third, and I mean, again, we're what, an hour 30 into this match, and we're a set and a half in. Should this one go the distance, you feel like it could go to that 3-4 hour mark. And if it does, just, you know, physicality is a prerequisite of Simmons' success. Moving that ball side to side, throwing in those high and heavies. We're playing at her pace, no doubt.
You put 3 hours out there in the universe, and in the quarterfinals, Simmons needed 2 hours and 58 minutes to beat Catherine Hui. That was the longest match that she's played. Simmons all week.
And who was Catherine Hui's doubles partner?
Somebody by the name of Sarah Davatilla.
Exactly. So, again, you look to history. Certainly Chanel Simmons far from out of this one. That said, it'll be Davatilla's time to respond. Looking for her first hold of this second set 2-3 she'll serve here.
It's as if Simmons thought one of those backhands from Davatilla was long and stopped playing the point. And then Davatilla had an easy backhand to put away in the open space. That's so good, Alex.
Those are the angles she found in building that 4-love lead in the first set. Again, if she can find them here down the home stretch, absolutely a pathway back into this match. I mean, she was never out of it. Look at the scoreboard. It's 9 games apiece.
Thirteen-shot rally. And Davatilla, the clear-cut aggressor.
Neither player's used a lot of slice today.
Why do you think that is?
Well, it's an interesting thought. Maybe it's the rhythm. You don't want to give either of them time. Maybe it's just not a play either of them are particularly fond of using.
Lethal width hampering Davatilla's progress in this game.
Woo!
A sizzling pass. A rare sighting of one on the forehand wing for Simmons. And Davatilla feeling some extra pressure now on her service.
Not too shabby. As again, the continued seesaw. There is no clear tactical advantage. Yes, they're two definitive game styles, but both these players have locked in physically. Ridiculous. Every time you think someone's gonna play or an opening's emerged. This time it's Simmons with a little on the rise magic, and she has that in her wheelhouse. Obviously, that's not when she's at her most comfortable. She wants to be going high and heavy. But that play is there for her today.
Yeah, she describes herself as a counterpuncher, likes to absorb the pace from her opponents. She can hit those winners, but she said in a recent interview that she's not, as we know, not one of the biggest hitters, and she'd be the first to tell you that. But she doesn't have the skill set, the weaponry to hit one winner after another. So is this unbecoming of Simmons to see her extra indulgence of offensive firepower that's tucked away and is now coming out for all of us to see?
Yeah, she just has Davatilla buried in those corners.
Yeah,
Point chance for 4-2.
It's so hard, Alex, for Davatilla, because she's getting buried in those corners, to try and come forward.
Yeah. No, she misses the swinging volley long, so it's 4-2 Simmons.
Saved one break point in the game, but not a second. Simmons breaks for the 5th time. One more than Davatilla. What kind of fight does Davatilla need to utilize here to get back on level footing?
Well, I mean, she's already come back from 4-love down in a set. So we know she absolutely has it in her. Above 30 doesn't mean anything. That's what we've learned.
Yes.
Here in this second set. That said, good for Davatilla. A little more aggressive with her court positioning. Proactive, not reactive in redirecting those balls. She was the one choosing, I'm going line now. Need to see more of that. Oh, come on now. Look at those angles. Bring out the protractor.
Yeah, exactly. What about that second serve? It wasn't coming in all that fast in the middle of the box. Would Davatilla like to have, if she could do it over, have a little bit more behind that backhand?
I would imagine.
And now it's spiraling in the wrong direction again here for a bigger part. Was that last one in the let cord? I guess it was, yeah.
Must have.
It must have been. So that is going to be a break point.
Oh. No, she just scraped the line on that down the line forehand. Davatilla did well to anticipate the inside out, but it's another game headed to deuce.
Which is our third straight doing such.
And now she's got Davatilla stretched. It's game point chances. Chanel Simmons is just that itch you can't reach. That nagging thorn in the side that just will not go away.
That backhand from Davatilla can be quite scratch worthy.
Ah, it's brilliant. Ridiculous. The daring to take that down the line return with such gusto.
All it took is one really good backhand, and then it becomes contagious for her, hunting down another break chance. What a
We're
battle.
back on serve. That's the right word. Battle. That's what this has been. I really, again, we've been watching the same match, Brian, for an hour, 48 minutes. The patterns seem very, very similar. It's going to be high, heavy, loopy from Simmons. More line drive on the rise action from Davatilla, but it hasn't been a wave of errors. It hasn't been, oh, this definitive thing is separating them. Every single point is a slog.
You use the word physical. This has the physicality of the proverbial mosh pit on the court.
That's well said. Well said. It really is. It's like, I'm going to tug you this direction. No, actually, I'm taking this backhand line. No, actually, Simmons throws in the on the rise. Like, they've shown off the full skill set.
And I like what you said about the lack of errors. It's not as if they're breaking themselves or they're getting in their own ways as much as their levels are very high because they're trying to meet what their opponent is doing, which I think makes for more entertaining tennis. Davatilla serving 3-4. Back on serve in the second. That is something that Davatilla has been doing more frequently, but Simmons has found a way to take a backhand on the rise. Sharp angle. What a placement on that short ball. Terminating in a match that has now hit the 1 hour, 50-minute mark. Did she get that one to go on the half volley pickup? Yes, she did. Crafty, clever, innovative. And she takes a point away, steals one from Simmons. Neutralizing her opponent with that net trip. But nothing is coming easy. A redirect forehand down the line, smothered by the South African, and Davatilla keels over for a moment, which signals just the physical nature, as Alex and I were talking about, of this match. After 4 holds in the opening set, Davatilla yet to protect her serve in a game in the second. And again, keeling over and then going back to the chair after donating a point to Simmons off what is a second double fault for Davatilla in the match. Good for 12 for the 1 seed this week. Needed to get that, jamming up her opponent on the backhand side with a second serve. That tiebreaker went to Davatilla 7-3 after falling behind 1-3 in the Buster. She won the last 6 points. We're headed to a deuce, and even though that serve speed from Davatilla seems to have dipped a little bit and hasn't made as many first serves as she would like, she has sidestepped Alex 2 break points.
I've got some numbers for you you'll love after this. Sarah Dov. Come on now. And to speak to what we've been harping on, how this match has really felt like just an extended ground stroke game. Points won on serve. Davatilla. She's 36 of 69. Simmons, 33 of 68. It's a ground stroke game. That's what we've got today. Oh, Sarah Dov, no.
We've also got today our 4th straight deuce, and this one is the 2nd deuce coming up in this game. We've seen a few times, Alex, as of late, Davatilla keeling over a little bit, as if the energy, the strength, dissipating just a little bit, trying to fight through that.
Yeah, it's not a hot take, but the winner of this set's winning the match.
What signs are you seeing?
To your point, it's just, can Sarah Davatilla keep this up for another hour?
Yeah.
Everything is at Simmons' pace, these lengthy, loopy, rallies. Oh, the double.
Double faults turned breaks have happened a 3rd time now in the match for Davatilla, where her serving has gotten in the way during big points.
And she is gassed, leaning over to try to catch her breath. Oh, blob just long. If that would have dropped in, that's the dagger.
With this visible energy drop, do you expect Davitil to redline a little bit more, even pack in more pressure on some of these shots?
Absolutely. You saw it on that point. Everything was gripped and ripped. No, the volley sails long again on Davitilla. It's happened to her a couple of times now. Simmons just extends everything.
When you're an aggressive player and you're in a position where you have to sort of take away some of that aggression, how hard is that for a player like Davitilla?
Well, it's even beyond just having to control the aggression. It's the sustaining of the aggression, knowing, hey, Simmons is going to come up with some gets. She's going to pull some rabbits out of some hats, but I have to stay the course. That's what she did so well down 4-love in the first. She has to do here down 5-3 in the second. So I don't know if Davitilla can win 6 more games. I do think she can win 4. Oh, gripped and ripped. That's gorgeous. And you said it. Shout out to you. You observed it right after that first point. Redlining. That's what the kids call it nowadays. Just that ability to go full swing, full tilt, no layup. That's what Davitilla has done here. Great observation by Brian Fenley. 2 break points for Davitilla.
Thanks, Alex.
Of course. And look how slow she is even to get back on that second serve. She's in no rush. Red line. That's what it looks like. She
Don't
breaks
count
right
her
back.
out.
No. Now here's the question, though. Can Sarah Davitilla hold serve? She's served 10 service games. She's been broken 6 times.
Yeah.
Now, to her credit, she's broken 6 times right back. You don't want to be the server so far in this match today. Each player really struggling to find any success behind the serve still. I'd say Simmons is up a hold here in this second set, 5-4. And again, a lot of tennis on the body of Chanel Simmons. It's her 7th match of the week. Now would be only her second 3-set match, but you mentioned it, 3 hours with Hui a couple days ago. You're playing catch-up the rest of the week after something like that happens. For Sarah Dav, yes, she's won all of her singles matches in straight sets, but it's her 10th match of the week. Excuse me, 9th. She's been on the doubles court as well. Your doubles champion, her first pro title of her career with Catherine Hui. Each of them are going to have to be prompted out of the chair, right?
Well, what about the durability? We were talking about the durability and fitness of Davitilla, but from Simmons' angle, what are you seeing from her? Any indication that, not to say that she's ever gotten lethargic because she seems very much fit, but Any signs of let up from her from a durability standpoint?
No, I mean, this is her style. This is her preference. These physical points. I mean, I think she'd rather be up a set. But no, she's got it right where she wants this match. And obviously, again, she's broken Davatilla 6 times already. A 7th, and we're headed to a decider.
And Davatilla hasn't, if I'm not mistaken, held in the second set.
That's a stat. That's a great play. Flat into that body of Simmons. It's hard to do. Because, again, Simmons gets outside that ball so well, but that's really your only opportunity to get anything unforced out of her. And even that's probably more forced error than unforced. Great depth from Davatilla, desperate for her first hold of the set. Dare I say, this game might be the match for Davatilla. Not getting to that one anymore.
This stat's going to rock your world, Alex.
I'm ready.
Before this game, Davatilla has only had a game point in 1 of her service games in the second set.
And she missed that backhand. Backhand approach went wide. Tell you what, winner of this one's going to In-N-Out, double-double. Extra fries, 2 shakes. We've burned the calories today.
Yes.
And it is fascinating. You talk about, yeah, that game point. You know what? At the time, just given how many breaks we've seen, it didn't feel that significant.
It did not.
But that backhand error from Sarah Dav, might it loom large? She just can't put a swinging volley away, so she will happily, Brian Fenley, accept that forehand error. Maybe the first unforced error we've seen from Simmons in a half hour. Look at this. Game point chance for Sarah Davatilla.
Hasn't had a game point since 2-all in the second set.
And look at what she's doing. Hitting the serve, and she's immediately 3 steps back under fire. She knows it's coming. Oh, did she land it? She did. Come on now.
Game point at 2-3, I should say, which is the last time Davatilla had one. But think about this, too. Out of the last 6 games, there have been 5 deuce scenarios.
A rare oh, that's a forced error from the serve on the scoreboard and the stat sheet, but that's like missing the feed in a drop and hit game. Usually you call rule. You redo it. Not here. Sarah Dov, another game point chance. She holds, bold hitting. And when she needs it most, Sarah Davatila finds her first hold of the second set.
What a time to get that in an 8-point service hold. She had to deal with a 12-point game on her service at 2-3, which she dropped her delivery.
And you know what I see there, Brian? I see a spring in Sarah Davatila's step. For the first time in about a half hour, she can see the finish line. Now, she can't taste it yet, but she can definitely see it.
When is it time to indoctrinate the sense of taste when it comes to this?
That's an age-old question. I'm glad you asked. The answer is when you're a game away.
Yeah.
Game away, you taste. But this is like if you're in a marathon, 26-3, and for some reason right at the end they give you this big uphill. And that's what Davatila's been doing in the second set. Everything's felt uphill. Now all of a sudden it's flattened out, and you're like, wait, there it is. Oh, just missed it. Yep, just wide.
Should she have stepped up on the court a little bit more, ideally?
Yes or no? Yes, in the sense of it would have been more proactive. You swing through the shot. No, and that's her strike zone. Like, Sarah Dov knows where she wants to hit that ball. There it is. The money maker. Sarah Davatila.
And how just a few unforced errors from Simmons coupled with a level raise from Davatila can make all the difference in the end here.
It's good first serve. Sarah Davatila will serve for the match. 7-6, 6-5. She hasn't dropped the set all week. Not in singles. Davatila again. Wins over Hant, Rapalou. Argrio Castriti, excuse me, and Vrylan. Of course, she also captured the doubles title, her first pro title of her career yesterday. What a week for the former Tar Heel All-American, someone we used to call the gal, just the player, the face, the one to beat in all of college tennis. Whenever her Tar Heels needed her, it felt like she pulled through. Now it's just her out there, but guess what? She's got a real shot and a first pro singles title. Now, you asked me earlier, can she taste it? Now she can. From 5-3 down in the second set, she'll serve for the set. What have you seen, Brian? What's allowed this?
Well, I was concerned because it looked, and maybe I'm completely off base here, but her first serve speed maybe down a little bit. And I was wondering, like, okay, how is that going to impact her? I guess, a fool is me to underestimate the amount of fight that she has. And what she has done here is nothing short of spectacular, and why you can never count her out no matter where she stands in a match.
That landed good. And I know our scoreboard's a hair ahead, so what I'll do, you see 15 love, we can just wipe it in between the points. Show you it in between everything.
And if that play right there doesn't tell at all how she feels about her chances.
It's been this physical for 2+ hours. 30-15 now for Chanel. For Davatilla, 2 points away, but 2 hours, 16 minutes. Are we going to get a second set breaker? Are we going to get a maiden title for the 25-year-old?
All it takes is 1 point. Trying to finish out the singles with the trophy, already bagging a doubles trophy yesterday.
It's a winning weekend for Sarah Davatilla. The 25-year-old captured her first pro doubles title yesterday. Today, it's a first pro singles title. Down 4-love in the first set. 5-3 in the second set. It's Davatilla, 7-6, 7-5. The gas tank is on empty, but guess what? She's walking away with 2 trophies.
That she
champion Sarah Davitilla. Brian Fenley, what'd you think?
outdoing her quarterfinalist showing in singles at this very event last year, going all the way and doing it this week in straight sets victories along the way. And impressive stuff on both wings. The fight, the ability to weather, it looked as if some fitness and energy droppage, but then she comes right back and digs deep. And like you said, she's going to have a big meal tonight after burning a multitude of calories on what is a joyous weekend, as you said, for her.
Yeah, it was incredible to watch. And again, that aggression, the physicality of this match, the level of play was phenomenal. That is not outside the top 500, folks. That's the sort of tennis you have to play if you hope to ascend the ATP or WTA rankings. And again, none of this happens without the work of the USTA SoCal, whether it's Chris Boyer, the entire team to provide these playing opportunities for people like Davitilla looking to begin her pro ascension, like people like Simmons looking to work their way back, or the countless others we got to see compete throughout the course of the weekend, throughout the course of these 7 weeks. It's a great event. It was a great 3 weeks in San Diego. Any final thoughts before we wrap today's broadcast, Brian?
I got a feeling that next weekend is going to be just as fun as we take our talents up to Los Angeles. And as you said, we're going to be at the Jack Kramer Club. We will have Crack Rackets on site. Well, as you alluded to, we're going to have not only the coverage and the commentary of these singles semifinals, doubles final on Saturday, and then Sunday, the singles finals, but we'll have interviews. We'll have a lot of content. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So to recap one more time, here at the Barnes Tennis Center, your 2023 men's singles champion, 20-year-old Lorenzo Claveri captures the first title of his career, 3-set win over Blaise Bicknell. Of course, in our men's doubles final, Andrew Rogers wins for a second straight week. This time, it was with Colin Marcus, the duo straight sets over Nakashima and Vanda Castile. Meanwhile, Sarah Davitilla takes both titles, her and Catherine Hui over Rapalou and Sajieva for the doubles. And then today in singles, Davitilla down 4-love in the first, down 5-3 in the second, 7-6, 7-5. She advances and wins again her first 2 pro titles of her young career. With that said, that'll do it for our coverage here from the Barnes Tennis Center. As always, a massive thank you to Brian Fenley, a massive thank you to our super producer Daniel Westoff, and a massive thank you to all of you who tuned into our coverage of the action. Again, our coverage picks up next Saturday from the Jack Kramer Club, where we will have continued coverage of this 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. A thank you to all of the aforementioned people, as well as all of the sponsors you see on our screen, without whom none of this action would be possible. With all of that said, for the fantastic Brian Fenley, our super producer Daniel Westoff, and everyone who contributes to our coverage, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. We'll see you all with more tennis next Saturday.